Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Water dripped steadily in the darkness beneath Gotham's streets, each drop echoing through abandoned tunnels that hadn't seen regular use in decades. Batman and Robin stood at the entrance to the old Riverside station, their cow lights illuminating moss-covered tiles and rusted track beds. Above them, the modern subway system continued its normal operation, but down here in the forgotten lower levels, a more dangerous game was about to begin. Another riddle just appeared on the main transit system screens. Oracle's voice came through their communicators. The Riddler's getting impatient. Robin adjusted his utility belt, double-checking his equipment. Let's hear it. I am the path less traveled, worn by time and tide. Solve my secrets swiftly, or Gotham's breath will subside. What begins in darkness must end in light, but only those who think beneath will survive the night. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. He's confirming our analysis. The old flood control tunnels are his base of operations. And the threat about Gotham's breath, Robin added, his young voice carrying focused determination. He's got those gas canisters positioned somewhere in the active subway system. They moved deeper into the abandoned station, their footsteps echoing off curved walls covered in elaborate Victorian tile work. The Riddler had chosen his stage carefully, a network of tunnels dating back to Gotham's earliest days, when the city first attempted to tame its underground rivers. Detective Montoya has evacuation teams on standby, Oracle reported. But clearing the entire subway system would cause city-wide panic. We need to locate those canisters first. The answer's down here somewhere, Robin said confidently. Every riddle, every puzzle piece will lead us closer. He paused, studying a section of wall where modern LED strips had been recently installed. Look, he's marked the path he wants us to follow. Batman examined the lighting carefully, modified to flicker in a specific pattern. Morse code? Binary, Robin corrected, already decoding the sequence. Coordinates leading deeper into the tunnel network. He's showing off. Wants us to appreciate the layers of his setup. Batman felt a mixture of pride and concern at his partner's quick analysis. Dick was growing into a formidable detective, but the Riddler was especially dangerous when he felt the need to prove his intellectual superiority. Every puzzle would be a test, every solution potentially triggering another trap. They followed the coded lights to a chamber that had once been a maintenance hub. The Riddler had transformed it into an elaborate puzzle room, its walls covered in mathematical equations and fragments of classical literature. A large digital display dominated one wall, its screen showing a complex grid of numbers and symbols. What force and strength cannot get through, I with a gentle touch can do, Robin read from one wall. That's from a riddle about weight, Batman cautioned. The original answer might be a misdirection. Look at how the equations interact with the quoted text. They studied the room's contents carefully, noting how different elements seemed to reference each other. The Riddler's puzzles were never simple. Each solution usually revealed another layer of complexity. The grid pattern, Robin said suddenly. It's not just numbers, it's a representation of the tunnel network itself. Each symbol corresponds to a different type of infrastructure. Batman nodded approvingly, and the literary quotes all relate to themes of water and passage. He's giving us a map of the flood control system. But which parts are still active? Robin wondered. Some of these tunnels would have been sealed decades ago. That's where our expert comes in, Oracle interjected, connecting you now to Carl Matthews, Senior Engineer for Gotham Transit Authority. A new voice joined their communications. The old flood tunnels were never completely decommissioned. We still use parts of the network during major storms, directing water away from critical infrastructure. Perfect for moving gas canisters into position, Batman observed. The active tunnels connect to ventilation systems all over the city. Robin was already working on the grid display, his fingers moving swiftly across the interface. These equations, their flow calculations, the Riddler's showing us exactly how he plans to distribute the gas. But which solution is real? Batman prompted. Remember how he thinks. Right, Robin said, studying the patterns more carefully. He'd want us to prove we understand the elegance of his plan. The correct solution would be, he traced several paths through the grid, the most mathematically efficient route, the one that demonstrates perfect optimization. The display flashed green as Robin input the final calculation. A hidden panel slid open, revealing a new passage, and another riddle projected on the far wall. Through me the past persists in failing light. Follow false steps and death comes with the night. Oracle read. Charming as ever. Batman studied the new tunnel. The passage splits ahead. We'll need to divide our efforts. Robin tried to hide his nervous anticipation. This was what he'd been training for, a chance to prove himself as a detective in his own right. The optimization pattern suggests parallel puzzles, two paths that need to be solved simultaneously. Are you ready for that? The question carried layers of meaning. Robin straightened, meeting his mentor's gaze. I've studied every case file on the Riddler. I know how he thinks, how he constructs his challenges, and I know you trust me to handle my part. Batman nodded slowly. Oracle will maintain contact with both of us. If either path proves too dangerous, I'll call for help, Robin promised. But I won't need to. The Riddler's ego won't let him create unsolvable puzzles. He needs us to reach the end, to appreciate his full design. They separated at the junction, each taking a different route into the darkness. The tunnels here were older, their architecture dating back to Gotham's earliest attempts at underground engineering. Water trickled constantly through cracks in the ancient brickwork, creating an atmosphere of decay and forgotten grandeur. The binary lights continue along both paths, Oracle noted, but the patterns are different now. Each sequence seems to be telling part of a larger story. Robin followed his assigned tunnel, recording each coded message. They're fragments of a theorem, mathematical proofs divided between the two routes, suggesting the solutions will need to be combined. Batman's voice came through the communicator. Stay alert for synchronization triggers. The passage opened into another converted chamber, this one filled with antiquated mechanical calculators that had been modified with modern components. Screens mounted on the walls displayed partial equations, their variables changing in response to the calculator's settings. I've got a similar setup, Batman reported. The calculations seem to influence water flow through the old control systems. Robin examined the nearest calculator, noting its elegant brass construction. These are authentic, probably salvaged from the original engineering offices. The Riddlers connecting the past and present, showing how old technology can still be relevant. Watch for tampering, Oracle cautioned. He loves repurposing antique devices as triggers for modern traps. Working carefully, Robin began analyzing the mathematical patterns. Each calculator seemed to control different aspects of the tunnel network's infrastructure: water pressure, ventilation, electrical systems that had been state-of-the-art a century ago. The theorem fragments, he said thoughtfully. They're not just decoration. Each proof corresponds to a specific calculation sequence. Same here, Batman confirmed. The solutions appear to be linked. Changes in one chamber affect readings in the other. Robin's fingers moved across the brass keys, following the mathematical logic. It's a balance equation. We need to calibrate both sets of calculators to achieve perfect equilibrium in the tunnel systems. Coordinated solutions, Batman agreed. On my mark, input your final sequences. 3, 2, 1. They activated their calculators simultaneously. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the chamber's atmosphere shifted subtly, pressure changes in the tunnels responding to their calculation. Power fluctuations in the active subway system, Oracle reported. Whatever you just did affected the modern infrastructure too. The gas distribution network is becoming visible on my scans. The Riddler connected everything, Robin realized. Old systems and new, working together in ways the original engineers never imagined. It's actually kind of brilliant. Focus, Batman reminded him, though his tone carried a hint of approval at the analytical observation. We still need to find the control center. These calculations should have revealed its location. Robin studied the changing patterns on the wall displays. The pressure variations are creating a map. Look how the flow rates concentrate around specific points in the network. Triangulating now, Oracle confirmed. The data suggests a central hub near the old Crimson Line terminus, sending coordinates. New passages had opened in both chambers, leading deeper into the tunnel complex. The binary lights continued their coded guidance, but now their patterns seemed more urgent, their timing more insistent. He knows we're getting close, Robin observed, moving carefully through his assigned route. The next challenges will be harder. He'll want to prove his superiority right up to the end. Stay sharp, Batman cautioned. The Riddler's most dangerous when he feels pressured. He might abandon his usual elegant patterns for more direct threats. The tunnels began to show signs of recent modification. New equipment installed alongside Victorian machinery, modern sensors grafted onto ancient gauge panels. The Riddler had spent months preparing this underground maze, testing the limits of both infrastructure and intellect. Movement ahead, Oracle warned. Automated systems activating in both passages. Robin reached a chamber filled with what appeared to be mechanical puzzle boxes, their gears and levers connected to the tunnel's control systems. These looked like old steam pressure regulators, but they've been modified. Similar setup here, Batman reported. The mechanisms are linked to gas distribution valves in the modern subway. One wrong solution could trigger a release. Then we don't get it wrong, Robin said firmly, studying the intricate contraptions. Look at how he's constructed these. They're not just puzzles, they're demonstrations. He's showing us the beauty of mechanical engineering, how simple machines can create complex effects. You admire his work, Batman observed neutrally. I admire the engineering, Robin clarified. Understanding how he thinks helps us predict his next move. These devices, they're almost like teaching tools. He wants us to appreciate the principles behind them. Good observation, Batman approved. Use that insight. How would he expect us to approach these mechanisms? Robin traced the connections between different components, noting how each adjustment affected multiple systems. The solution needs to be elegant, not just functional, but mathematically perfect. He's testing whether we understand both the engineering and the aesthetics. Working in parallel, Batman and Robin began solving their respective puzzle boxes. Each correct sequence triggered changes throughout the tunnel network, redirecting water flow and pressure to slowly reveal the path to the Riddler's control center. Gas concentrations are shifting in the modern subway tunnels, Oracle reported. Your actions are affecting his distribution system, but I can't tell if that's good or bad yet. It's preparation, Robin said confidently. These puzzles are teaching us how his delivery method works. When we reach him, we'll understand exactly how to shut it down. If we reach him in time, Batman reminded, the binary patterns are accelerating. He's implementing some kind of countdown. The final mechanisms clicked into place, their solutions triggering new openings in the chamber walls. The passages beyond showed signs of increasing technological sophistication, the Riddler's influence becoming more obvious as they approached his center of operation. The tunnels are converging, Oracle noted. You'll be reunited at the next junction, and, yes, I'm detecting a large power signature ahead. Looks like some kind of central control room. Batman and Robin reached the junction simultaneously, their separate paths merging into a single approach to the Riddler's sanctuary. The ancient brickwork here had been almost completely hidden behind modern panels and displays, creating a hybrid space that bridged centuries of engineering. Ready? Batman asked quietly. Robin nodded, double-checking his equipment. Everything we've solved was leading to this. Time to show him that two minds can be better than one. They moved forward together, mentor and protege, their complementary skills prepared for the Riddler's final challenge. The tunnel's atmosphere hummed with electronic energy, promising one last test of intellect before the night's deadly game could end. Ahead, green light spilled from a chamber that had once been a major maintenance hub. The Riddler's laughter echoed through hidden speakers, welcoming them to his technological throne room. The real challenge was about to begin, but Batman and Robin were ready. Their combined detective skills, honed by years of partnership and trust. Within that glowing chamber, surrounded by the marriage of past and present engineering, they would prove that true intelligence meant knowing when to work together, and that the greatest puzzles could only be solved by minds willing to learn from each other. The night was far from over, but its outcome would depend not just on solving riddles, but on understanding the power of partnership in the face of genius gone astray. The control room was a testament to the Riddler's obsession with both technology and theatricality. Ancient gauge panels had been converted into modern displays, their brass frames housing LED screens that showed ever-changing patterns of numbers and symbols. The chamber's Victorian architecture provided a dramatic backdrop for the cutting-edge equipment that now filled it. "Welcome, welcome," the Riddler's voice echoed from multiple speakers, making his exact location difficult to pinpoint. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd appreciate the elegance of my earlier puzzles, but then that's why I made them partner exercises. Sometimes even the great Batman needs help seeing all the angles." He emerged from behind a bank of monitors, resplendent in his signature green suit adorned with question marks. His expression carried that familiar mixture of intellectual pride and barely contained mania. "The gas distribution system," Batman said evenly. "Shut it down." The Riddler laughed. After all this elaborate preparation, the mathematical beauty of using century-old infrastructure to defeat modern security? No. We're just getting to the interesting part. He gestured to a massive display that dominated one wall. "Your final exam awaits." The screen came to life, showing a complex network of interconnected puzzles. Each section seemed to control different aspects of both the old tunnel system and the modern subway's environmental controls. A masterpiece of integration, the Riddler continued proudly. Every solution affects multiple systems. One wrong move and, well, he mimed an explosion. Let's just say the morning commute would be rather exciting. Robin studied the display intently. The patterns, they're building on everything we solved in the outer chambers. Each puzzle taught us part of the final solution. Very good, boy wonder. The Riddler's tone carried condescending approval. I did wonder if you'd catch that, but can you apply those lessons before time runs out? The gas is already moving through the secondary tunnels. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized. Status: trace amounts of gas detected in maintenance areas, she reported. Still contained, but spreading. Montoya has emergency teams on standby, but evacuation would take hours. The Riddler paced theatrically, clearly enjoying his moment. I've given you all the tools, all the knowledge needed to prevent disaster. Prove you understand the brilliance of my design, and Gotham breathes easily. Fail? He shrugged eloquently. Well, failure has consequences. Robin moved closer to the main console, analyzing its layout. The interface combines mechanical and digital controls. Just like the puzzle boxes earlier, we need to synchronize old and new systems. The student becomes the teacher, the Riddler clapped mockingly. But can you solve it without your mentor holding your hand? That's what this is really about, isn't it? Proving your own intellectual worth? Batman watched his partner carefully, noting the slight tension in Robin's shoulders. The Riddler was trying to provoke competition between them, to turn their teamwork into a test of individual prowess. The solution requires both of us, Robin said firmly. That's been true for every puzzle tonight. The real test is understanding when to work together. The Riddler's smile tightened slightly. How disappointingly collaborative. I expected more ambition from someone trying to escape Batman's shadow. Enough games. Batman cut in. The clock is running. Indeed it is. Speaking of which, the Riddler pressed a button, and new data appeared on the displays. A little extra motivation. The gas release isn't just triggered by wrong answers, it's on a timer. Solve everything before it hits 0, or... He made another explosion sound, clearly enjoying his theatrical role. Robin was already working at the console, his fingers moving confidently across controls both ancient and modern. The pattern recognition from the first chamber, it applies to these sequences too. Batman, the pressure regulation systems. Match the optimization calculations from the maintenance hub, Batman finished, moving to a different section of the controls. They began working in tandem, each focusing on the aspects of the puzzle that best suited their skills. The Riddler watched with growing irritation as they coordinated their efforts seamlessly. Come now, Robin, surely you don't need him checking your work. Show some independence. That's not how partnership works, Robin replied without looking up from his calculations. Real intelligence means knowing your strengths and trusting others with theirs. Batman allowed himself a small smile as he adjusted a series of mechanical levers. The Riddler's attempt to drive a wedge between them was having the opposite effect, reinforcing the strength of their teamwork. Oracle, he sub-vocalized. The gas distribution network. Are you seeing the pattern? Yes, she replied. The system's architecture mirrors the puzzle structure. Each solution you enter affects multiple distribution points. It's actually quite elegant, if it weren't, potentially lethal. The timer continued its countdown as Batman and Robin worked through layer after layer of interconnected challenges. Each correct solution sealed off part of the gas network, while wrong attempts caused pressure to build in dangerous ways. Careful, careful. the Riddler called out as Robin adjusted a particularly complex sequence. That calculation affects both water pressure and ventilation flow. One mistake could flood the tunnels while releasing the gas. He's right, Batman confirmed, studying the system's response. These controls are linked in multiple directions. Every change has cascading effects. Robin nodded, his focus absolute. Like the theorem fragments from earlier, each piece affects the whole equation. We need to solve for perfect balance. They continued their methodical progress, using lessons learned from each previous puzzle to understand the final challenge's structure. The Riddler's masterpiece was indeed brilliant, a perfect integration of Victorian engineering and modern technology, where every solution had to account for multiple layers of cause and effect. 2 minutes remaining, Oracle reported tensely. Gas concentrations are rising in the maintenance tunnels. The Riddler's theatrical calm began showing cracks as Batman and Robin maintained their steady teamwork. Come on, show some competition. Where's the individual brilliance, the desire to prove superior intellect? You still don't understand, Robin said, inputting another sequence. True intelligence isn't about being superior. It's about knowing when to learn from others, when to combine different perspectives. Batman adjusted a series of pressure regulators, coordinating perfectly with Robin's calculations. Every puzzle tonight proved that. The parallel routes, the synchronized solutions, you designed them to require cooperation. No, the Riddler's composure cracked further. I designed them to prove that even partnership has limits. That ultimately, individual genius triumphs over collective mediocrity. 30 seconds, Oracle warned. But wait, the gas flow is changing direction. Your solutions are forcing it back into the containment systems. Robin's fingers flew across the console, implementing the final sequences. The whole network is like one huge puzzle box. Everything we learned about pressure and flow leads to this moment, Batman finished. He made a last adjustment to the mechanical controls, synchronizing perfectly with Robin's digital inputs. The timer reached 0 just as their final solution locked into place. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the displays began showing cascade of system responses. Gas being safely contained, pressure equalizing throughout the tunnel network, ancient and modern engineering working in perfect harmony. No, the Riddler stared at the screens in disbelief. You can't have. It was designed to be impossible without... He trailed off as he realized the full implications of what had happened. Without what? Robin asked quietly. Without choosing between working alone or together? Without proving individual superiority? He gestured to the displays showing their successful solution. Look at the elegance of what we achieved through partnership. Isn't that more impressive than any solo achievement? The Riddler's shoulders slumped slightly, his theatrical energy deflating. The mathematics, the integration of multiple systems. It is rather beautiful, isn't it? For a moment, genuine appreciation overcame his need to prove superiority. Which is why you'll have plenty of time to admire it from Arkham, Batman said, producing a pair of handcuffs. The entire solution will be preserved as evidence, along with detailed documentation of how you modified the tunnel systems. Robin added, the engineering is impressive, even if the application was criminal. The Riddler allowed himself to be restrained, his expression thoughtful. You know, Boy Wonder, there might be hope for your intellectual development after all, even if your conclusions about teamwork are embarrassingly sentimental. I'll clear in the subway system, Oracle reported. Montoya's teams are securing the gas canisters now. Nice work, both of you. As they led their prisoner up through the tunnel network, Batman noticed Robin's quiet satisfaction. "You did well tonight," he said simply, "especially in understanding the larger puzzle." "About partnership versus competition," Robin smiled slightly. "I had a good teacher, someone who showed me that being a detective isn't about proving you're smarter than everyone else. It's about using whatever tools and help are available to find the right solution." They emerged from the underground maze into a Gotham dawn, where emergency teams were finishing their sweep of the subway system. The city's morning commute would proceed normally, its citizens unaware of how close they had come to disaster, or how it had been prevented through the combined efforts of its protectors. Later, in the Batcave, Robin helped document the night's events for the case files. Each puzzle, each solution, each example of how partnership had triumphed over individual pride was carefully recorded. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "the Riddler actually taught us something valuable tonight. Not what he intended, but still important." Batman looked up from his own work. "Oh?" His puzzles showed how old and new systems could work together, how different pieces could combine to create something greater than their individual parts. Robin gestured to their case notes. "Kind of like partners who bring different strengths to the same mission." Batman allowed himself a small smile. "A good detective finds lessons in unexpected places. And a good partner knows when to share credit," Robin added with a grin, "even if one of them is the world's greatest detective." The cave's comfortable silence settled around them as they finished their documentation. Above, Gotham was fully awake now, its citizens going about their daily lives unaware of the intellectual duel that had played out beneath their feet. But in that underground maze of Victorian engineering and modern technology, an important truth had been demonstrated: that sometimes the greatest mysteries could only be solved by minds working in harmony, each contributing their unique perspective to a shared solution. The Riddler's elaborate game had failed to prove intellectual superiority, but it had succeeded in demonstrating something far more valuable: the power of partnership over pride, of shared wisdom over solitary brilliance. And in Gotham's endless dance of riddles and answers, mysteries and solutions, that lesson would prove as enduring as the ancient tunnels themselves. As Batman and Robin concluded their night of underground puzzle solving, the first hints of winter were touching Gotham's skyline. Frost began forming on the cave's upper reaches, a reminder that the seasons were changing. Robin had been called away to assist the Titans, leaving Batman to face his next challenge alone, a fitting shift as the temperature continued to drop. His attention turned to reports of unusual activity at the Robinson Park glasshouse, where delicate tropical plants were maintained year-round in carefully controlled warmth. But tonight, something was disturbing that artificial summer. Sensors showed rapidly dropping temperatures inside the Victorian structure, its glass panes frosting over despite the heating system's best efforts. As Batman prepared to investigate this unnatural winter, he knew he would be facing a different kind of genius than the Riddler's theatrical puzzles. This threat was colder, more precise, a man whose brilliant mind had been frozen by tragedy into singular purpose. Our story turns now to Chill of the Glasshouse, where Batman must confront Mr. Freeze in a delicate crystal maze where every breath brings Arctic peril, and the line between preservation and destruction grows as thin as ice. The first snowflake fell on Gotham in early September, an impossibility that drew puzzled glances from pedestrians as they hurried through the evening streets. By midnight, a thin layer of frost coated the sidewalks of the East End, transforming summer into winter in defiance of nature's calendar. Weather stations across the city registered a temperature drop of 15 degrees in under 3 hours, concentrated around the abandoned botanical district. From the Batcave, Batman and Robin tracked the expanding cold front, their screens displaying thermal imaging maps where blue steadily overtook the usual reds and yellows of Gotham's heat signature. The pattern is too precise to be natural, Batman observed, studying the concentric rings of decreasing temperature. The epicenter appears to be the old Gotham Conservatory. Robin zoomed in on the location, bringing into focus the once grand Victorian glasshouse that had stood neglected for nearly a decade. The conservatory's been closed since the city cut its funding, but satellite imagery shows power consumption has spiked there in the past month. And now we know why. Batman pulled up police reports from the surrounding area. 3 separate break-ins at specialized equipment manufacturers. Cryogenic cooling systems, atmospheric regulation technology, precision thermal control. Mr. Freeze, Robin concluded. But why the conservatory? It's not his usual target. Batman brought up a news article dated 6 months earlier. The Gotham Botanical Society has been fighting to save the rare plant collection still housed there. Some species exist nowhere else, adapted specifically to Gotham's unique urban environment over generations. And now they're about to freeze to death in this artificial winter, Robin said, checking his thermal gear. We need to move quickly. Not necessarily freezing to death, Batman corrected, retrieving specialized equipment from the vault. If Freeze's pattern holds, he's not trying to destroy the plants. He's trying to preserve them, permanently. As they prepared to depart, Alfred approached with additional thermal protection layers. The temperature near the conservatory has dropped another 5 degrees in the last 30 minutes, he reported. Whatever Dr. Freeze is planning, he appears to be accelerating his timeline. Which means we need to accelerate ours, Batman replied. If his cooling system reaches full capacity, it could create a climate disaster extending well beyond the Botanical District. The Batmobile cut through Gotham's deserted streets, frost crunching beneath its tires as they approached the affected zone. Street lights were haloed by ice crystals suspended in the air, creating an ethereal glow across the normally gritty neighborhood. Batman parked several blocks from the conservatory, the final approach better made on foot to avoid detection. As they grappled to a nearby rooftop, the unnatural beauty of the transformed landscape became apparent. The conservatory stood like a palace of ice, its Victorian ironwork frosted white, glass panels reflecting moonlight through layers of crystalline formations. Plumes of supercooled air escaped through broken roof panels, creating flowing curtains of fog that cascaded down the building's sides. "It's incredible," Robin whispered, his breath visible in the frigid air. "Terrible, but incredible." Batman's thermal sensors registered the extreme temperature gradients surrounding the structure. Freeze has created a series of cooling barriers. The outer ring is approximately minus 10 degrees Celsius, but the core reads at minus 50 or below. Beyond human survival without specialized equipment. "Even with our suits, we'll have limited time in the innermost zone," Robin noted, checking his oxygen supply. Their cold weather gear had been designed for Arctic conditions, but Freeze's technology could surpass even natural extremes. "Movement at the north entrance," Batman observed, focusing his cowl's enhanced vision on the frosted doors. A small group of people in bulky winter clothing were approaching the conservatory, carrying scientific equipment and sample cases. Civilian scientists, they're walking into a potentially lethal situation. They descended rapidly, using the building's ice-covered ornamentation as anchor points. As they neared ground level, the extreme cold became palpable even through their protective gear. The air itself felt brittle, each breath drawing a searing chill into their lungs despite the filtered oxygen. Batman intercepted the scientific team just as they reached the conservatory's entrance. "This area isn't safe," he announced, materializing from the frozen mist. The lead researcher, a woman in her 50s with a determined expression, stood her ground despite her obvious surprise. "Dr. Caroline Miles, Gotham University Botanical Research. We've been monitoring the temperature anomalies and plant responses remotely. Some specimens are showing unprecedented preservation patterns." "You're aware of who's causing this?" Robin asked, joining Batman at the entrance. Dr. Miles nodded grimly. "Victor Fries. He consulted on our cryogenic preservation research last year. Brilliant mind. Revolutionary theories on cellular suspension." She gestured to the frost-covered glass walls. "But this goes far beyond theoretical applications. He's turning the entire conservatory into a cryogenic chamber." "Why?" Batman asked, though he suspected the answer. "The rare plant collection was scheduled for dispersion next month," one of the younger researchers explained. "Budget cuts. Private collectors would acquire most specimens, breaking up one of the world's most comprehensive urban ecology collections." Dr. Miles' expression hardened. Victor said it was Nora all over again. Watching something precious die because of bureaucracy and indifference. He promised a solution. We never imagined that he'd try to freeze the entire collection in time, Batman finished, creating a perfect, preserved moment that would never change. "Or die," Robin added softly. A new voice joined the conversation, carrying the distinctive mechanical resonance of an environmental suit's speaker system. "Death comes to all living things, eventually, unless someone intervenes." The group turned to find a young woman in specialized cold weather gear approaching from a nearby research building. Despite her protective clothing, her movements suggested familiarity with extreme environments. "Dr. Eliza Sterling," she introduced herself, "cryobiologist. I worked alongside Victor on the early preservation studies." Her expression was conflicted beneath her clear face shield. "What he's attempting here, it should be impossible, but his initial readings suggest he's actually succeeding with some specimens." "At what cost?" Batman countered. "The cold is spreading beyond the conservatory. Residential areas will be affected within hours." Dr. Sterling nodded. "That's why I'm here. The Environmental Coalition has withdrawn support since the temperatures started dropping in surrounding neighborhoods. We need to shut it down, but carefully. An uncontrolled thaw could destroy everything he's trying to save." "You can help us navigate the interior?" Robin asked. "I know his methods, his equipment, and I have this." She held up a specialized tablet. "Thermal mapping of the conservatory interior, updated 10 minutes ago. He's created distinct preservation zones, each calibrated to specific plant species." Batman studied the detailed thermal map. "The central control systems will be here." He indicated a point deep in the conservatory's heart, where the temperature is most extreme. "That's where we'll find Freeze, and where the most sensitive specimens are housed." Dr. Miles added urgently, "Some are literally irreplaceable. Extinction events, in miniature, if they're destroyed." "We'll need to approach the core incrementally," Dr. Sterling advised. "Acclimate to each temperature zone. Moving too quickly between extreme differentials could be dangerous, even with your equipment." Batman turned to the scientific team. "Maintain a perimeter, no one else enters. Dr. Sterling, if you're coming with us, stay behind our position at all times." "I understand the risks," she replied, checking her own thermal protection, "and I might be the only one who can talk sense into Victor at this point." The conservatory's main entrance was unlocked, frost crackling beneath their gloves as they pushed the ornate doors open. Inside, they entered a transformed world. What had once been a Victorian showcase of botanical wonders was now a crystalline labyrinth of ice-covered walkways and frozen gardens. Glass panels that had admitted sunlight for over a century now contained an artificial winter, frost patterns etching delicate designs across their surfaces. "The outer gardens," Dr. Sterling explained, her voice hushed as if in a sacred space. "Hardier specimens here, meant to withstand moderate cold naturally." Batman's trained eye noted the methodical nature of the freezing. This wasn't destruction, it was meticulous preservation. Each plant seemed suspended in a moment of perfect beauty, ice crystals forming protective shells around leaves and flowers. "First temperature barrier ahead," Robin observed as they approached a wall of denser fog. -20 according to sensors. They passed through the supercooled mist into a new environment, where the preservation was even more precise. Here, more delicate specimens hung suspended in crystalline formations, their cellular structures visibly altered by Freezer's technology. "Molecular-level transformation," Dr. Sterling explained, examining a frozen orchid with professional amazement. "He's replacing cellular water with organic antifreeze compounds. The theory was sound, but implementation at this scale should be years away from practical application." "Victor's always been motivated to accelerate research timeframes," Batman observed, the unspoken reference to Nora Freeze hanging in the frigid air. They continued deeper into the conservatory, passing through increasingly specialized preservation zones. Each transition required brief acclimation, their suits working at maximum capacity to maintain survivable body temperatures. The ice formations grew more elaborate, more precisely engineered as they approached the building's center. "Listen," Robin said suddenly. The ambient hum of cooling equipment had been growing steadily louder, but now it was punctuated by something else. A mechanical voice, reciting what sounded like a cataloging system. "Species designation RC1117, cellular preservation at 87% completion. Initiating final stabilization sequence." They found Mr. Freeze in what had once been the conservatory's rare plant pavilion, now transformed into an advanced cryogenic laboratory. Massive cooling units hummed efficiently, connected to the building's original Victorian heating system in a perverse reversal of function. At the center stood Freeze himself, his armored cryosuit allowing him to work directly with specimens at temperatures that would instantly freeze unprotected human tissue. He turned as they entered, his expression visible behind his transparent helmet. Not surprise, but something closer to resignation. "The Batman, I calculated a 68% probability of your interference tonight." His voice carried its familiar mechanical timbre. Emotion filtered through the suit's speakers. "Though I had hoped to complete at least the most critical specimens before your arrival." Batman took in the elaborate setup, dozens of plants in various stages of cryogenic preservation, each monitored by precision equipment. This was no hastily assembled operation. Freeze had been planning this for months. "Your cooling system is affecting residential neighborhoods, Victor. The temperature drop has already forced evacuations." "A temporary inconvenience," Freeze replied, continuing his work with methodical precision. "Once the preservation process stabilizes, the external temperature effects will moderate. A small price for saving irreplaceable life forms." "Victor," Dr. Sterling stepped forward. "The cellular disruption patterns in the outer specimens are within acceptable parameters," he interrupted. "I've compensated for the degradation with modified antifreeze proteins. The core specimens will achieve perfect preservation." "At the cost of freezing half of East Gotham?" Robin challenged. Freeze's expression hardened. What cost would you place on extinction? These specimens exist nowhere else. Once gone, they can never be recovered. He gestured to his equipment displays. The Botanical Society had 9 years to secure funding. The university had countless opportunities to prioritize preservation. Instead, they allowed these living treasures to languish until commerce demanded their disposal. We're still fighting for them, Victor, Dr. Sterling said. But this method is the only one guaranteed to succeed. Freeze adjusted controls on a central console, lowering the temperature further. I watched Nora die by degrees while committees debated funding, while bureaucrats weighed the cost-benefit analysis of her life. I won't watch it happen again. Batman moved carefully around the laboratory's perimeter, assessing the cooling system's vulnerabilities. These plants aren't Nora, Victor, and perfect preservation isn't the same as living. Something flickered across Freeze's face, a momentary crack in his cold certainty. Perhaps not, but it's preferable to extinction. Is it? Robin asked, genuinely curious despite the tense situation. These plants evolved over millions of years, adapting to changing conditions. By freezing them permanently, aren't you ending that process? Stopping the very thing that made them special in the first place? Batman recognized the strategy. Robin was engaging Freeze intellectually while he maneuvered into position near the primary cooling controls, but he also knew his partner's questions were sincere. Dick had always been fascinated by the ethical complexities their adversaries presented. Evolution requires time, Freeze replied, his tone taking on a professor's cadence. Time these specimens no longer have. Urban pollution, climate disruption, habitat destruction. Adaptation cannot keep pace with human-caused environmental collapse. So you're creating a snapshot, Dr. Sterling observed. A moment preserved until better conditions might exist. Precisely. Freeze adjusted another specimen's position in the freezing chamber. A library of life, protected until humanity either corrects its course or eliminates itself. Either way, these species will survive. Batman had reached a critical junction box, his analysis confirming it controlled power distribution to the secondary cooling systems. Disabling it would begin a gradual temperature increase in the outer zones without shocking the preserved specimens. And who decides when that future time arrives? He asked, keeping Freeze's attention. Who determines when it's safe for life to continue its natural course? A question for another day, Freeze responded, turning suddenly as his sensors detected Batman's position, one that won't be resolved by sabotaging my equipment. He fired his freeze gun in a precise arc, not directly at Batman, but at the structural supports above him. Ice formed instantly, creating a barrier of frozen metalwork that separated Batman from the crucial controls. Your thermal suits will reach critical tolerance in approximately 12 minutes, Freeze informed them calmly. I suggest you withdraw before system failure occurs. I have no desire to add human specimens to my collection. Victor, please. Dr. Sterling tried again. Your preservation theory could revolutionize conservation, but not like this. The university would back properly conducted research. The same university that deemed this collection financially untenable. Freeze's voice carried rare, bitter emotion that would parcel out living history to the highest bidders. I've seen the consequence of trusting institutions with what is precious. Dr. Sterling, never again. Robin had been examining the central cooling system while the others kept Freeze engaged. His analysis revealed something concerning. Batman, he sub-vocalized through their private communication channel. The primary cryogenic unit is approaching critical pressure. If it continues at this rate, Batman understood immediately. Freeze's emotional investment was pushing him to accelerate the preservation process beyond safe parameters. The brilliant scientist was being overwhelmed by the desperate husband, the man who had failed to save the one thing that mattered most to him. "Victor," Batman said quietly, "look at your pressure readings." Freeze turned to his displays, his scientific training momentarily overriding his emotional drive. His expression changed as he absorbed the data, the unmistakable indicators of a system approaching catastrophic failure. "No," he whispered, "the calibration was perfect. The sequential cooling should have prevented any cumulative pressure buildup. Your modifications to the Victorian infrastructure created unexpected feedback loops," Dr. Sterling explained, moving cautiously toward the control panel. The original heating system wasn't designed to handle reverse thermodynamic flow at these extremes. Freeze's hands moved rapidly over his controls, attempting to compensate for the building crisis. For a moment the readings stabilized, then began climbing again. "The primary coolant lines are locked in cascade sequence," he stated, professional assessment temporarily replacing desperation. "A system shut down now would trigger an immediate temperature rebound. The thermal shock would destroy every specimen instantly." Batman analyzed the system schematics through his cowl's display. "The secondary cooling network can be modified to absorb the excess pressure. It would allow for a gradual temperature increase instead of a catastrophic one." Freeze hesitated, then nodded sharply. "The northern quadrant controls, they would need to be recalibrated precisely." "I can do it," Robin volunteered, already moving toward the indicated section. "The calibration requires dual synchronization," Freeze warned. "One operator here, one there, adjusting in perfect tandem." Batman met his partner's gaze across the frozen laboratory. "Go. I'll coordinate with Freeze here." As Robin navigated the ice-covered pathways toward the secondary controls, Batman approached the central console. Standing beside his longtime adversary, he noted the strange moment of cooperation necessitated by circumstance. "Synchronization link established," Batman confirmed as Robin reached the secondary station, beginning pressure redistribution sequence. Working together, they initiated a complex balance of cooling systems, redirecting the dangerous pressure buildup while maintaining sufficient cryogenic stability to prevent thermal shock to the specimens. It was delicate work, requiring both Batman's precision and Freeze's intimate knowledge of the system he had created. "Pressure dropping in the primary loop," Robin reported. "Secondary systems holding stable." Dr. Sterling monitored the biological readings from each preservation zone. "Plant cellular integrity maintaining within viable parameters. The modification is working." Freeze adjusted the final sequence, his movements betraying rare uncertainty. "The preservation won't be perfect. Some specimens will experience cellular degradation during the stabilization process. But they'll survive," Batman reminded him. "Adaptation instead of perfect stasis." The immediate crisis stabilized, but the larger ethical question remained unresolved. The conservatory's temperature was now holding at a level that wouldn't threaten surrounding neighborhoods, but the preservation process continued, albeit at a more moderate pace. "What happens now?" Robin asked, rejoining them at the central laboratory. "These plants can't remain in cryogenic suspension indefinitely." Freeze stared at the frozen botanical collection surrounding them, living things suspended between moments, neither growing nor dying. His creation, his attempt to preserve what was precious, had nearly ended in disaster. "Victor," Dr. Sterling said gently, We can use what you've accomplished here. The university's botanical research department would support a properly structured preservation program. Your methods, refined and scaled appropriately, could protect endangered species worldwide. Under institutional control, Freeze replied, though with less bitterness than before. Subject to the same funding vagaries and political pressures that threatened this collection in the first place. There are alternatives, Batman suggested. The Wayne Foundation has an environmental trust specifically for preservation of endangered species. Independent funding, scientific autonomy, public accountability. Trees considered this in silence, his internal struggle visible even through his armored exterior. The scientist weighing objective reality against emotional need. The husband who couldn't save his wife, contemplating whether he could save something else instead. The preservation process can be reversed gradually, he said finally. A controlled thaw sequence over 72 hours would allow for cellular reintegration with minimal damage. The most critical specimens could remain in modified stasis until proper facilities are prepared. Dr. Sterling nodded. I can oversee the transition process, ensure everything you've accomplished isn't lost. And your research, Batman added. Your methods could still protect countless species, Victor, not by removing them from time entirely, but by giving them a chance to survive until better solutions are developed. The tension in Freeze's posture eased slightly, scientific pragmatism gradually reasserting itself over desperate preservation. I will provide the necessary protocols for the reversal process, but I have no illusions about my own future. Arkham awaits, as always. First things first, Robin said, practical as ever. We need to start the controlled shutdown sequence for the outer zones. The sooner we normalize the neighborhood temperatures, the sooner people can return to their homes. Under Freeze's guidance, they began the careful process of dismantling his cryogenic network from the outside in. Each zone required specific adjustments to ensure the plants within weren't damaged by sudden temperature changes. It was methodical work, reflecting the care that had gone into creating the system in the first place. You know, Robin said quietly to Batman as they calibrated one of the outer quadrant controls. There's something almost admirable about what he tried to do here. Misguided, dangerous, but coming from a place of wanting to protect something vulnerable. Batman watched as Freeze delicately adjusted the preservation parameters for a particularly rare orchid. Victor's tragedy has always been his inability to accept loss. Everything he does stems from that moment when he couldn't save Nora. Do you think he'll ever move past it? Some wounds never heal completely, Batman replied, but finding new purpose can make them bearable. As dawn approached, the conservatory's outer regions had already begun their careful return to normal temperatures. Frost receded from glass panels, allowing the first hints of sunrise to penetrate areas that had been locked in artificial winter hours before. The preservation would be reversed gradually, giving each plant species time to readjust to natural conditions. Outside, emergency services were coordinating the neighborhood's recovery. The unexpected cold snap would be attributed to an experimental weather control system malfunction, close enough to the truth while avoiding public panic. Scientists from Gotham University were already arriving to help monitor the thawing process and document what could be learned from Freeze's unorthodox methods. The Wayne Foundation representatives will arrive this afternoon to discuss future preservation options, Batman informed Dr. Sterling as they finished stabilizing the central control systems. Make sure they understand the importance of maintaining the collection's integrity. I will, she promised. And Victor's research, there's valuable science there despite his methods. A middle path between letting vulnerable species vanish and removing them from the natural cycle entirely. Robin, who had been helping establish monitoring protocols with the botanical team, rejoined them with an update. The outer residential zones are already back to normal temperatures. No permanent damage reported yet. And the conservatory itself? Batman asked. The Victorian structure held up surprisingly well. The engineering that went into these old buildings, they don't make them like this anymore. Freeze had surrendered without further resistance once the preservation system was stabilized. Now, as GCPD officers waited at a safe distance, he completed the final shutdown sequence for his equipment, ensuring nothing would disrupt the carefully programmed thawing process. It wasn't just about the plants, he said suddenly, speaking to Batman while his hands continued their precise work. When I learned the collection would be dispersed, sold off in pieces. He paused, the memory clearly painful. It reminded me of the hospital administrators discussing cost-benefit analysis while Nora's condition deteriorated. The same cold calculations, the same disregard for what cannot be replaced. I understand, Batman replied simply. Freeze looked up, surprise briefly visible behind his transparent faceplate. Perhaps you do. He finished the final settings, then stepped away from the console. The reversal process is automated now. Dr. Sterling has all necessary protocols for monitoring and adjustment. As the GCPD officers approached with specialized restraints designed for Freeze's armor, Robin asked a final question. Would you do it again, knowing what you know now about the risks, about the alternatives? Freeze considered this as the officers secured his arms. Science advances through both success and failure. This attempt proved unviable at full scale, but the principles remain sound. A hint of his academic precision returned to his voice. With proper constraints and improved thermal regulation, a modified approach could achieve significant preservation without environmental disruption. Always the scientist, Batman observed. It is what I am, Freeze replied as he was led away. When everything else is gone, that remains. The conservatory stood in morning light, its glass panels catching the sun's rays through diminishing layers of frost. Inside, plants that had been suspended between moments were beginning their slow return to natural rhythms. The preservation hadn't been perfect. Some specimens showed damage that would require careful rehabilitation, but the collection as a whole would survive. It's remarkable, really, Dr. Sterling said as she and the dynamic duo observed the thawing process from the central pavilion. He nearly succeeded. With some refinement, the technology could revolutionize how we protect endangered species. Not perfect stasis, but a middle path, slowing biological processes enough to buy time for natural habitats to be restored. That's often the best we can hope for, Batman replied. Not perfect solutions, but ones that balance competing needs and leave room for natural adaptation. Robin watched as a particularly delicate flower began to slowly unfurl from its frozen state, responding to the gradually warming air. Sometimes, the most beautiful things are the most fragile. Maybe that's why we feel such a need to protect them. And why losing them hurts so deeply, Batman added, his thoughts turning to Victor Freeze and the path that had led him from brilliant scientist to obsessive preservationist. One loss had defined him, shaped every action since. Yet even in his most extreme measures, a core of his original purpose remained, the desire to protect what was valuable, to prevent precious things from being lost to indifference or neglect. As they prepared to depart, leaving the conservatory's recovery in capable scientific hands, Batman took a final look at the remarkable collection Victor had tried so desperately to preserve. In their own way, each plant represented the same struggle that defined Gotham itself. The persistent effort to find beauty in harsh conditions, to adapt and survive against mounting odds. The old Gotham Conservatory would continue that tradition, now with renewed purpose and protection. Sometimes it took coming close to losing something to remind the world of its value, and sometimes even misguided actions could lead to worthwhile outcomes if wisdom prevailed over desperation in the end. The Winter Garden would return to its natural state, changed but enduring, and perhaps somewhere in Arkham, Victor Fries might find some small peace in knowing that what he had tried to preserve would continue growing, not in perfect stasis, but in the imperfect, adapted rhythm of life itself. As the last traces of frost melted from the old Gotham Conservatory, life returned to its natural rhythm within those Victorian glass walls. Batman and Robin's confrontation with Mr. Freeze had ended with an uneasy peace, a balance between preservation and progress. But Gotham's shadows rarely allowed for lengthy respite, and their attention was already being drawn elsewhere, toward darker depths beneath the city's foundation. Reports had begun filtering through Oracle's intelligence network, whispers of an underground fighting arena where combatants faced each other in merciless displays of strength. Local residents called it the Abyssal Ring, a subterranean coliseum where the wealthy wagered fortunes on blood sport, hidden from the justice system's reach. And controlling it all was a familiar and formidable presence, Bane, the man who had once broken the bat, now breaking others for profit and power. As Batman and Robin descended from the botanical heights toward Gotham's hidden depths, they left behind Freeze's world of crystalline preservation for something far more primal. The chill of scientific obsession gave way to the heat of raw physical confrontation. Our story turns now to the Abyssal Ring, where the dynamic duo must face not ice and cold, but sweat and muscle, in a test of both body and spirit against Gotham's strongest adversary. Water dripped endlessly from corroded pipes, each drop echoing through cavernous chambers that once cleansed Gotham's water supply. The North River treatment plant had been decommissioned 15 years ago when the city upgraded its infrastructure, leaving behind a labyrinth of massive tanks, pressure chambers, and maintenance tunnels buried beneath the streets. Forgotten by most, the facility had found new purpose in recent months, one far removed from public service. Batman and Robin stood motionless in the shadows of a rusted catwalk, observing the scene below. What had once been the plant's primary settling tank was now a makeshift arena, its curved concrete walls rising 30 feet to create a natural coliseum. Floodlights hung at irregular intervals, casting harsh light and deeper shadows across the improvised battlefield. The remnants of water treatment equipment had been pushed to the periphery, creating a ring 40 feet in diameter where two men circled each other with predatory intensity. Around the upper rim, Gotham's criminal elite gathered to watch, placing bets and shouting encouragement to their favored fighters. Security personnel, heavily armed and professionally disciplined, maintained order among the spectators with quiet efficiency. "Third fight tonight," Robin whispered, his voice barely audible even to Batman beside him. "Same pattern as the others. They're building toward something." Batman's enhanced vision scanned the crowd, identifying known associates from multiple criminal organizations. The operation is expanding, drawing bigger players, more resources. "And where is our host?" Robin asked, though they both knew the answer. As if summoned by the question, a massive figure emerged from a tunnel entrance opposite their position. Even at this distance, Bane's presence commanded the room, conversations hushing as he approached the edge of the fighting pit. He wore no mask tonight, his face visible to all, a calculated display of confidence. His venom delivery system remained, tubes running along powerful arms to the control mechanism at his wrist, but it appeared inactive. He didn't need chemical enhancement to dominate this environment. The ultimate showcase of strength continues. Bane's voice carried easily through the chamber, requiring no amplification. 2 warriors enter, one leaves victorious, the other, he shrugged expressively, the other learns his true place in the hierarchy of power. The crowd roared approval as the fighters below intensified their combat, desperation evident in their movements. These weren't professional athletes or trained martial artists, Batman realized. They fought with the raw determination of men who had something to lose beyond just a match. Oracle, he sub-vocalized, activating their secure communication channel. Status on GCPD's missing persons report. 7 new cases in the last 2 weeks, Barbara Gordon's voice responded in his cowl. All men with either military or combat sports backgrounds, none with criminal records, and get this, 2 were last seen at legitimate boxing gyms. Looks like Bane's recruiting has expanded beyond the criminal class. Robin's posture tensed slightly. Kidnapping civilians for his blood sport, escalating from voluntary fighters to forced combatants. Consistent with his philosophy, Batman observed. Bane believes in testing strength through adversity. Willing or unwilling doesn't matter to him. Only the crucible itself. They watched as one fighter finally overpowered the other, driving him to the ground with a series of punishing blows. The victor looked up toward Bane, clearly seeking approval. The defeated man remained motionless on the concrete floor, his fate hanging in the spectators' response. Bane raised a hand, silencing the crowd. Mercy requires strength greater than victory, he pronounced. Take him to recovery. He fought with courage, if not skill. Perhaps he will learn. 2 attendants entered the pit, dragging the unconscious fighter away. Not a death match then, at least not yet, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Bane was building toward something more final. New arrival through the East Tunnel, Robin noted. Not security, different movement pattern. Batman focused on the indicated entrance, where a lean man in plain clothes was being escorted toward the upper level. Unlike the spectators around him, he carried himself with the unmistakable alertness of law enforcement, subtle but evident to trained observation. Detective Mitchell Carter, Oracle confirmed after Batman transmitted the facial image. Working undercover in organized crime. Been embedded for 3 months tracking a new gambling syndicate, which apparently led him here, Robin concluded. Think his cover's intact? For now, Batman replied, but we'll need extraction contingencies. Bane's security team includes former intelligence operatives. They're trained to spot infiltrators. The undercover officer was positioned with a group of mid-level gangsters, maintaining his cover while clearly gathering intelligence. His presence complicated their operation, another variable to protect while dismantling Bane's fighting ring. Main event approaching, Oracle reported, monitoring communications she'd intercepted. Something called the Gauntlet, scheduled to begin at midnight. Bane returned to the center of attention, his powerful frame silhouetted against the stark lighting. Tonight's preliminaries have demonstrated individual merit. Now we prepare for true challenge. The Gauntlet awaits our champion. The crowd's response was immediate and enthusiastic. 4 opponents in succession, each stronger than the last. Survival brings reward beyond mere wealth. Recognition as worthy in the eyes of those who understand true power. We need more intelligence before we move, Batman decided. Separate and gather reconnaissance. I'll track Bane's movements. You follow the recovery team. Find out where they're keeping the fighters. Robin nodded, his expression momentarily betraying concern before professional focus returned. Meet at the Northeast Junction in 30 minutes? Unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Batman's hand rested briefly on his partner's shoulder, a rare physical gesture of reassurance. Remember, this is intelligence gathering. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Robin melted into the shadows with practiced ease, making his way along the catwalks toward the tunnel where the defeated fighter had been taken. Batman moved in the opposite direction, navigating the treatment plant's complex upper infrastructure. The facility had been designed with maintenance in mind, providing multiple concealed routes between sections, perfect for surveillance. He followed Bane at a distance, noting how the massive fighter interacted with his organization's hierarchy. This wasn't just a fighting operation, it had the structure and discipline of a paramilitary group. 20 minutes into his observation, Batman encountered an unexpected variable. A maintenance door opened silently as he passed, a hand reaching out to touch his arm. Years of training prevented his instinctive counterattack when he registered that the gesture wasn't aggressive. "You shouldn't be here," a voice whispered from the darkened alcove. "None of you should. He's expecting you." Batman assessed the speaker. Male, approximately 50 years old, athletically built but showing signs of numerous old injuries. His face carried the distinctive scarring of a career fighter, but his eyes held something unexpected, genuine fear. "Who are you?" Batman demanded quietly. "Desmond Knox, former heavyweight before injuries ended my career." The man glanced nervously down the corridor. "Been training fighters for Bane's operation. Had no choice at first, but now..." He trailed off, clearly struggling with conflicted loyalties. "Why warn me?" Knox's expression hardened. "Because he's not running fights anymore. He's building soldiers, testing techniques. The whole operation changed 2 weeks ago. Fighters who used to volunteer are now being recruited at gunpoint, training methods getting more extreme." He pulled up his sleeve, revealing fresh bruising. I questioned the new approach, got this as answer. Batman processed this information against what they'd already observed. "The gauntlet. What is it?" "A death sentence," Knox replied bluntly. 4 opponents in sequence, no breaks. Last one is always Bane himself. Nobody survives that. But tonight's different. He's added something new. Chemical augmentation for the final challenger. Venom, Batman concluded. The performance-enhancing drug that gave Bane his superhuman strength would be lethal to most users without proper preparation. Knox nodded grimly, testing its effects on new subjects, calling it controlled trials, but there's nothing controlled about throwing untrained fighters into the ring with that poison in their veins. Where are they keeping the fighters? Filtration sublevel. Old sand filtration tanks converted to holding cells. Knox pulled a maintenance access card from his pocket. "This will get you through the security doors, but be careful. The monitoring system's been upgraded. Motion sensors everywhere." Batman took the card, studying Knox's expression. "Why help now?" "Because they've taken my son." Knox's voice cracked slightly. "Marcus was asking questions about where I've been disappearing to at night. Followed me here last week. Bane's security caught him. Now he's scheduled for tonight's gauntlet. Says it will motivate my performance as a trainer." His eyes met Batman's directly. "I've done things I'm not proud of. Worked with people I should have walked away from. But my boy doesn't deserve this." The personal stake explained Knox's willingness to risk Bane's retribution. Batman updated his mental map of the situation. another civilian to extract, but also a valuable inside source. Stay visible, maintain your routine. We'll handle this. Knox looked unconvinced, but nodded. There's an old control room overlooking the main pit. Security monitoring runs through there now. Might help you see the whole operation. As Knox slipped back through the maintenance door, Batman transmitted the new intelligence to both Oracle and Robin. The situation was evolving from investigation to rescue operation, with multiple civilian lives at stake. Robin's response came immediately, found the holding area. 6 fighters in modified filtration tanks, guards rotating on 20-minute intervals, minimal restraints. They're keeping them weak through food and water restriction. Detective Carter's position? Batman asked Oracle. Still maintaining cover, but he's isolated himself twice to attempt communications. Security's watching him more closely after the second attempt. Batman continued his methodical surveillance, working his way toward the control room Knox had mentioned. The treatment plant's layout became more complex as he descended, a maze of pipelines and pressure chambers creating a 3-dimensional puzzle around the central fighting pit. The control room provided the overview he needed, a panoramic view of the operation from behind one-way glass. Inside, 2 technicians monitored security feeds from throughout the facility. The chamber was designed for water quality analysis, now repurposed with modern surveillance equipment alongside the original control panels. Batman accessed Oracle's channel again. I can see the main arena and approach tunnels from here. Security is concentrated on the spectator entrances, minimal coverage of the upper maintenance levels. Main's quarters located? Robin asked. Northeast quadrant. Heaviest security. He's modified the old decontamination chamber into personal space. Batman studied the monitoring stations. The gauntlet begins in 30 minutes. 6 fighters visible in the preparation area, including Knox's son, based on the description. They're being fitted with monitoring equipment. Medical telemetry, Oracle confirmed, analyzing the data Batman transmitted. Heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation. They're treating this like a scientific experiment, testing the effects of stress and fear before introducing the venom, Batman concluded. Bane's approach has always been methodical. He studies weaknesses before exploiting them. The plan formed with practiced efficiency. Batman would disable the monitoring system, creating blind spots in Bane's security coverage. Robin would extract the captive fighters during the confusion. Then they would secure Detective Carter and Knox before confronting Bane himself, preferably after his operation had been dismantled around him. Remember, Batman cautioned as Robin prepared for his phase of the operation, Bane wants a direct confrontation. It validates his philosophy of strength. Our objective is dismantling his operation without giving him the battle he craved. Targeting his ego rather than engaging his strength, Robin replied. Got it. The execution began precisely as the facility's ancient wall clock struck 11:30. Batman infiltrated the control room, subduing the technicians with silent efficiency before accessing the security systems. With Oracle's remote assistance, he created a programmed series of camera malfunctions, nothing dramatic enough to trigger immediate alarm, but sufficient to create the openings Robin needed. Security blind spots established, Batman confirmed. Eastern approach to the holding area will show looped footage for the next 6 minutes. After that, northeastern exit corridor for 4 minutes. Robin moved instantly, using the maintenance passageways to approach the filtration sublevel undetected. The 6 captive fighters were being prepared for transport to the arena, creating a narrow window for intervention. Guards separating the subjects into transport groups, Robin reported. 2 escorts per fighter. Standard restraint protocols. Focus on Knox's son first, Batman directed. He's scheduled for the initial round. Batman continued monitoring the operation from the control room, maintaining the sequence of camera disruptions while tracking security responses. So far, they were attributing the malfunctions to the facility's aging electrical system, a reasonable assumption given the visible state of disrepair. Bane himself remained in the main arena, supervising final preparations for the gauntlet. His posture conveyed absolute confidence, completely unaware of the operation unfolding around him. Or was he? Batman noted how Bane occasionally glanced toward the upper levels, as if sensing a disturbance in his domain. First extraction successful, Robin reported. Marcus Knox secured, moving to secondary targets. Change of pattern, Batman warned, observing movement on the monitors. Security team diverted from spectator entrance to sub-level access. Someone triggered an alert. The operation's rhythm shifted instantly. Robin accelerated his extraction timeline while Batman prepared to create a diversion if needed. Years of partnership had honed their ability to adapt without lengthy communication. Detective Carter's cover is compromised, Oracle announced suddenly. Security is moving to isolate him. 3 minutes until they reach his position. Batman scanned the monitors, locating the undercover officer now being subtly surrounded by Bane's security team. Robin, status. 4 fighters secured, moving them to the northwest maintenance shaft. 2 remaining captives plus Knox Sr. still in play. Batman made a rapid decision. Continue fighter extraction. I'll secure Carter. He moved through the facility's upper levels with controlled urgency, using maintenance shafts to bypass security checkpoints. The detective was being herded toward a side chamber, away from the main crowd, a textbook isolation tactic before capture or elimination. Carter sensed the trap closing around him but maintained his cover, feigning intoxication to explain his erratic movement. Batman intercepted the security team leader first, removing him silently from behind as Carter rounded a corner. The momentary confusion among the remaining security personnel provided the opening Batman needed. Detective, he addressed Carter quietly from above. Emergency extraction. Now. To his credit, Carter didn't hesitate or reveal surprise. He moved immediately toward Batman's position, maintaining situational awareness as they retreated through a maintenance hatch into the upper infrastructure. 3 more teams converging on the sub-level, Oracle reported. They've discovered the missing fighters. Batman guided Carter toward the rendezvous point while updating Robin. Security alert escalating. Complete your extraction and withdraw to fallback position Alpha. Already moving, Robin confirmed. All fighters secured except for Knox Sr. He's insisting on helping with the evidence collection before leaving. The entire operation's evidence now. Carter spoke for the first time, his voice carrying professional assessment. 3 months building this case, documenting connections between Bane's operation and 5 major crime families. Your cover's blown, Batman informed him. Focus now is securing you and the civilians. Carter looked like he might argue, but nodded instead. Understood, but we need something concrete to justify the raid that'll follow. Otherwise everyone scatters and rebuilds elsewhere. An explosion shook the facility before Batman could respond. Not large, but precisely targeted. The control room he'd vacated minutes earlier was now engulfed in flames, visible through observation windows. A calculated response, Batman noted. Bane's eliminating evidence while announcing he knows we're here. As if confirming this assessment, Bane's voice echoed through the facility's ancient public address system. Batman, how predictable you remain, even after all our encounters. Always the shadows, always the indirect approach. The quality was poor, but the contempt unmistakable. "You disappoint me. I offered spectacle, the true test of strength against strength, and you respond with rescue." "He's trying to provoke direct confrontation," Batman observed to Carter. "Standard psychological tactic," Bane continued. "Your young partner moves the weak to safety while you skulk through my domain. Is this the example you set? The legacy of the Bat?" A pause, calculated for effect. "Perhaps a demonstration will clarify the stakes." Another explosion followed, smaller but precisely placed. One of the exit routes they'd planned to use was now blocked by debris. "He's mapped our extraction paths," Batman realized. This was anticipated. "Robin!" Oracle's voice carried urgent warning. "Multiple security teams converging on your position." "Already adapting," Robin responded, the sound of movement evident in his transmission. Rerouting through the western drainage system, fighters secure but slowing progress. Batman assessed their rapidly evolving situation. Bane was attempting to funnel them toward a confrontation of his choosing, likely the central arena where he held every advantage. Standard procedure would be to reject these terms completely, to withdraw and approach the problem from an entirely new angle after regrouping. But with civilians and a police officer at risk, options narrowed significantly. "Oracle, facility schematic analysis. Find me an approach to the central area that Bane won't expect." "Working on it," she replied. "There's an old emergency overflow channel that doesn't appear on the updated security system. It runs beneath the main fighting pit, designed to prevent flooding if the primary pumps failed." "Access point?" "Western quadrant, maintenance level 3. But Batman, the channel hasn't been maintained in decades. Structural integrity is questionable at best." "Noted." Batman turned to Carter. "Continue to the extraction point with Robin. Get the civilians to safety." Carter understood immediately. "You're going to confront him." "I'm going to distract him," Batman corrected, "while you complete the evacuation." As Batman moved toward the overflow channel access, Robin's voice came through the communication link. Security teams diverted to the central arena. Bane's calling everyone back to witness something he's calling the true gauntlet. "He's adapting too," Batman noted, recognizing the operation is compromised and converting it to a trap. The overflow channel was exactly as Oracle had described. Neglected, partially flooded, and structurally suspect. Batman navigated its length with careful precision, mapping the supporting architecture of the fighting pit above through periodic inspection hatches. Bane's voice continued to reverberate through the facility, now addressing his assembled audience rather than Batman directly. "Tonight's demonstration evolves. Instead of our planned tournament, you will witness something far more significant. The defeat of Gotham's defender on our terms, in our arena." The crowd's reaction was mixed. Excitement at the promised spectacle, tempered by concern about increased police attention. Many were already departing, unwilling to risk capture when the inevitable GCPD response came. Batman reached a position directly beneath the fighting pit. The original design included maintenance access to the arena floor, likely sealed during Bane's renovations, but potentially still breachable. He located the panel, its edges visible despite attempts to conceal them with fresh concrete. "Robin, status on evacuation. Almost complete. Final group moving through the northeast tunnel now. Knox is with them, providing alternate route guidance." Batman prepared his explosive gel, carefully tracing the access panel's outline. A controlled detonation would breach the floor of Bane's arena at the moment of his choosing, an entrance designed to disrupt the psychological advantage Bane had been carefully constructing. "All civilians clear," Robin reported minutes later. Detective Carter coordinating with GCPD for perimeter establishment, ready to provide backup on your position. Maintain distance, Batman instructed. Second phase response only. Above, Bane continued addressing his dwindling audience. Perhaps Batman reconsiders his approach. Perhaps he recognizes the futility of indirect methods against superior strength. His tone carried theatrical disappointment. A pity. I had hoped for a worthy conclusion. The moment had arrived. Batman activated the gel, the controlled explosion precisely calibrated to breach the floor without risking the arena's structural integrity. Concrete dust billowed upward as he emerged through the newly created opening, directly into the center of Bane's fighting pit. The dramatic entrance achieved its intended effect, momentary psychological disruption of Bane's carefully orchestrated scenario. Rather than being forced into the arena on Bane's terms, Batman had chosen both the timing and method of his appearance. Impressive, Bane acknowledged after his brief surprise faded. The unused maintenance access, a detail I overlooked. He stepped forward into the arena, massive frames silhouetted against the harsh lighting, but ultimately meaningless. You stand before me now, as you are always destined to. Batman remained centered, making no aggressive move. Your operation is finished, Bane. The fighters have been freed. GCPD has established a perimeter. Your audience has largely departed. Details, Bane dismissed with a wave. Transient elements. What remains is what has always mattered. You and I. Strength against strength. He gestured to his venom delivery system. No enhancements, not yet. First, we establish the natural order. There's nothing natural about this, Batman countered. You've kidnapped civilians, enforced combatant servitude, created an elaborate theatrical setting, all to satisfy your need for validation. Bane's expression darkened. You misunderstand, as always. This is not theater, it is laboratory. Each fight provides data. Each fighter reveals weakness under pressure. He began circling, maintaining distance but establishing dominance of the space. The Venom trials were particularly illuminating. How different physiologies respond. Which minds break first under enhanced strength. Human experimentation, Batman clarified, without consent or controls. The only meaningful consent is survival, Bane replied. Those who endure prove their worthiness for advancement. Batman recognized the continued psychological approach. Bane was still attempting to provoke direct confrontation through ideological challenge. The longer this verbal exchange continued, the more time for complete evacuation and GCPD. Your philosophy hasn't evolved since Peine prison, Batman observed, still defining strength through the narrowest possible lens. While you still hide behind technology and shadows, Bane countered, afraid to test your natural limits. As they continued their verbal sparring, Batman catalogued the arena's features, possible exit points, structural vulnerabilities, remaining audience members. The crowd had thinned to perhaps 30 hardcore followers, mostly positioned near the upper exits. Security personnel maintained their posts, but looked increasingly uncertain as the situation deteriorated. Tactical update, Oracle's voice came through his cowl. GCPD tactical units in position at all major exits. Detective Carter has provided facility layout. Robin reports all civilians secured and receiving medical attention. The operation's primary objectives were achieved. All that remained was extraction, preferably without the direct confrontation Bane so desperately wanted. Your audience continues to disperse, Batman noted aloud. Your operation exposed. your purpose here unfulfilled. This ends not with the battle you crave, but with the failure of your methodology. Bane's patience finally broke. With surprising speed for his size, he charged across the arena. Batman sidestepped the initial rush, using Bane's momentum against him, a deliberate echo of their first encounter years ago. Still the same tactics, Bane growled, recovering instantly. Still avoiding direct engagement. Still proving my point, Batman countered. Strength without strategy is just brute force. Bane's hand moved toward his venom control mechanism. Perhaps a reminder of true strength is required. Before he could activate the chemical enhancement, a series of small explosions detonated around the arena's upper level, precisely placed charges that Robin had set during the evacuation phase. Not destructive, but disorienting, creating chaos that further scattered Bane's remaining audience and security team. Batman used the momentary distraction to deploy his grapnel, ascending rapidly toward the catwalk system above. Bane roared in frustration, activating his venom system as he leapt upward with enhanced strength, barely missing Batman's ascending form. Running again, Bane challenged, the venom already visibly affecting his physiology, veins bulging, muscles expanding. Tactical repositioning, Batman corrected from the shadows above. The facility's lighting system failed suddenly, Oracle's contribution to the extraction plan. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, creating a strobe-like effect that transformed the environment into a disorienting patchwork of light and shadow. Bane stood in the center of his arena, venom-enhanced senses straining to locate his adversary in the rapidly changing lighting conditions. "You think darkness conceals weakness," he called out, "that shadows disguise fear." Batman's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a ventriloquism technique perfected through years of practice. "I think your need for direct confrontation reveals more about your insecurities than my methods." The psychological reversal was deliberate, shifting Bane's focus from physical challenge to intellectual defense. The massive fighter turned in frustration, venom pumping through his system with increasing dosage as his emotional control deteriorated. "GCPD breach in progress," Oracle reported. 30 seconds to main arena. Batman continued his strategic movement through the upper infrastructure, leading Bane's attention away from the primary GCPD entry points. "Your operation ends tonight," he called from a new position, "but not with the validation you sought." Bane's frustration reached breaking point. With venom-enhanced strength, he tore a section of railing from the arena wall, hurling it toward Batman's voice. "Face me directly. Prove your worth." "Worth isn't proven through combat," Batman replied, now from behind Bane. "It's demonstrated through choices." As tactical teams breached the main entrances, Batman made his final approach, not to engage Bane directly, but to disable his venom delivery system. A precisely thrown batarang severed the primary tube, causing immediate chemical backflow into the control mechanism. Bane realized the sabotage too late. The damaged system began pumping unregulated doses, overwhelming even his tolerance. He staggered, caught between rage and the sudden understanding of defeat. "This isn't victory," he gasped as the venom overdose began affecting his cognitive functions. "Just avoidance." "It's adaptation," Batman corrected, remaining beyond immediate reach as GCPD tactical officers secured the perimeter. "Something you've never truly understood." As medical units administered venom counteragents and Bane was secured for transport, Batman withdrew to the facility's upper levels, where Robin awaited at their extraction point. All civilians accounted for, Robin reported. Knox is cooperating fully with GCPD, providing documentation on the entire operation. His son's receiving medical treatment but should recover fully. Batman nodded, surveying the facility as police methodically secured each section. Bane's philosophy always contained its own contradiction. True strength isn't demonstrated through direct confrontation, but through strategic achievement of objectives. Speaking of which, Robin gestured toward where Detective Carter was coordinating the evidence collection. He says this operation will dismantle fighting rings across 3 districts. Bane's experiment provided connections to organizations they've been trying to infiltrate for years. They departed as the facility hummed with police activity. The underground fighting ring transformed into a massive crime scene. The old North River treatment plant would soon return to obscurity, its brief revival as Bane's fighting arena becoming yet another forgotten chapter in Gotham's endless struggle between power and justice. Later, as they debriefed in the Batcave, the philosophical core of the encounter remained worth examining. Maine still believes you avoided true confrontation, Robin noted as they reviewed the operation's documentation. That strategy somehow represents fear rather than intelligence. A perspective that ensures his continued failure, Batman replied. He measures success only through direct domination, missing the broader victory of achieving objectives while minimizing risk. The fighters he kidnapped would certainly agree with your definition of success, Alfred observed, bringing fresh coffee to the workstation. Particularly young Mr. Knox, who I understand has already provided detailed testimony about the operation. The night's events would have lasting impact beyond Bane's eventual return to Arkham. His operation had revealed connections between previously isolated criminal enterprises, providing law enforcement with valuable intelligence. The fighters he'd captured would recover, their experiences contributing to better understanding of Venom's effects and potential countermeasures. Most importantly, the methodical dismantling of his fighting ring reinforced the lesson Bane seemed perpetually unable to learn, that true strength wasn't found in physical domination or chemical enhancement, but in the strategic application of intelligence toward justice. It was a lesson Batman and Robin demonstrated not through grandstanding confrontation, but through the careful, methodical achievement of their objectives. As dawn approached, casting its gentle light across the cave's dark recesses, the contrast seemed particularly appropriate. In Gotham's eternal struggle between brute force and calculated justice, sometimes the most decisive victories were won not through dramatic confrontation, but through smart, principled choices made in the service of protecting others. As the last evidence was catalogued from Bane's underground fighting ring, Batman found himself reflecting on adversaries who challenged through physical might and those who struck at deeper vulnerabilities. The bruises from the water treatment plant confrontation would heal quickly, but other wounds, those carved by enemies who understood one's past, often left scars that time could never fully erase. It began with a simple package delivered to Wayne Manor, addressed to Bruce personally rather than his vigilante persona. Inside, a hand mirror of antique design, its reflective surface cracked precisely down the center. No note accompanied it, but the implication was clear to anyone who knew the sender's methods. A fractured reflection, representing a divided self, public face and private truth separated by the thinnest of barriers. Only one adversary delighted in such personal tokens: Dr. Thomas Elliot, the brilliant surgeon turned vengeful mastermind who operated under the name Hush. A childhood friend who had become Batman's most psychologically penetrating enemy, Elliot understood Bruce Wayne in ways few others could claim. And now, after months of silence, he had resurfaced with this deliberate message. As Batman prepared to face this new threat, he knew the challenge would unfold not in underground arenas or frost-covered conservatories, but in the landscape of memory and identity, where every reflection might hide a painful truth. Our story turns now to Mirrors of the Past, where Batman must confront an adversary who knows not just how to break the body, but how to wound the soul through the power of shared history. The antique hand mirror lay on Bruce Wayne's desk, its silver frame tarnished with age and its reflective surface broken by a single deliberate crack running from edge to edge. No note accompanied it, no signature needed for the message it conveyed. Bruce studied his fractured reflection, one eye on either side of the break, the division symbolic in its precision. "Interesting choice of gift," Alfred observed from the doorway, his usual stoicism tinged with concern. "I take it this isn't from a particularly devoted admirer." "It's from Tommy Elliot," Bruce replied, naming the man better known to Gotham as Hush. "A message that he's ready to resume our conversation." Alfred set down the tea tray he'd been carrying. "Dr. Elliot has been quiet for some time. What do you suppose has prompted this sudden communication?" Before Bruce could answer, his secure phone vibrated with an incoming alert. The message was from Dick Grayson. "Incident at Carson Gala. Need to talk." The Carson Foundation's annual benefit was the social event of the season, gathering Gotham's wealthiest citizens under one roof for an evening of conspicuous philanthropy. Bruce had declined his invitation, citing Wayne Enterprises' commitments, a decision that now seemed fortuitous given Tommy's reappearance. "I'll be in the cave," he told Alfred, already moving toward the hidden entrance behind the grandfather clock. "Dick's reporting an incident at the Carson Gala. Should I prepare for a long night, sir?" "Better assume so. Tommy never does anything without an elaborate plan." The Batcave's main computer was already displaying multiple news feeds when Bruce arrived. Headlines reported a medical emergency at the Carson Gala, with ambulances seen departing the venue. Details were sparse, carefully managed by the Carson family's people. Robin was waiting in the cave when Batman finished changing, his expression grave beneath his mask. "Margaret Carson collapsed during her opening speech," he reported without preamble. "Symptoms suggested poisoning, but nothing immediately lethal. Before medical help arrived, someone placed a hand mirror beside her unconscious form." Batman's eyes narrowed. "Like this one." He produced a photograph of the cracked mirror from Bruce Wayne's desk. Similar style, different pattern. The crack in this one formed a question mark, and there was a note. Robin pulled up an image on the computer. The elegant handwriting read, "Some reflections are too painful to face directly. Ask Bruce Wayne about the Carson scholarship and the boy who truly deserved it." The reference was clear to Batman, if obscure to anyone else. Thomas Elliot, Tommy, had competed against him for the prestigious Carson Medical Scholarship 30 years ago. Bruce had won despite having no intention of pursuing medicine, while Tommy, a brilliant student with genuine medical ambitions, had been passed over. It had been one of many perceived slights that fueled Tommy's eventual transformation into Hush. "This is aimed at me," Batman said, "using old connections, old grievances." "But why now?" Robin asked. "And why the Carsons? If this is about the scholarship, why not target the selection committee?" "Because he's not really targeting the scholarship decision, he's targeting my past. The Carsons are just collateral damage in his vendetta." Batman studied the note again. "This is only the opening move. We need to get ahead of his plan. Mrs. Carson is stable," Robin informed him. "Whatever she was given appears designed to create spectacle, not fatality. Doctors are running toxicology now. Batman was already accessing old files, bringing up information on Thomas Elliot and their intertwined history. Hush's methods always blend medical precision with psychological warfare. He wants me on the defensive, reacting to each attack. Instead of anticipating his next move, Robin completed the thought. So what connects to both you and the Carsons that he might target next? The answer emerged from decades-old records, a list of scholarship finalists from the year in question. 3 names including Bruce Wayne and Thomas Elliot, with annotations about their connections to Gotham's elite families. The 3rd finalist was Catherine Townsend, daughter of Richard Townsend, who owned controlling interest in Gotham National Bank. The Townsends, Batman said. Catherine would be his logical next target. She benefited from the scholarship committee's decision too, moving up the list when I won, but declined the actual scholarship. The Townsends are hosting a private dinner tonight, Robin noted, accessing the society calendar. Small gathering, but significant guests. Catherine's there with her father. That's our next destination, but first, Batman pulled up schematics of Wayne Manor's East Wing. I need to check something in the family archives. The Manor's extensive archives occupied what had once been the family library, expanded over generations to house records, correspondence, and memorabilia from the Wayne family's long history in Gotham. Bruce rarely visited this wing, preferring to keep his focus on the present rather than family legacy. Master Bruce, Alfred said, appearing silently as he sometimes did when concerned. Might I ask what you're looking for among your father's papers? Anything related to the Carson scholarship decision. Batman was already examining a file cabinet labeled with the appropriate year. Tommy is implying there was something improper about my selection. Something beyond simple favoritism toward the Wayne name. Alfred hesitated. Your father was on the selection committee that year, as the medical professional representative. He recused himself from voting on your application, of course. But Tommy believes something else happened. Batman located the relevant files. Correspondence between Thomas Wayne and Harold Carson about the scholarship process. Most was procedural, but one letter stood out. Thomas Wayne expressing concern about irregularities in one candidate's application without naming the student in question. Did my father ever mention issues with Tommy's application? Batman asked. Not specifically, Alfred replied carefully, though he did once mention being disappointed in how certain students presented themselves during interviews. Something about character being as important as academic achievement. Robin, who had been scanning another section of records, called out, "Found something." News clippings about Thomas Elliot from that period. Apparently he was involved in an incident at Gotham Academy, an academic dishonesty allegation that was later dismissed. The pieces were starting to align, so my father may have known something about Tommy's character that influenced the committee, even if he wasn't directly voting on my application. And now Hush is using that old grievance to target people connected to that decision, Robin concluded. But why now? What's changed? Batman was already moving toward the exit. That's what we need to find out. The Townsend dinner is our best lead at the moment. They traveled across Gotham's rooftops in practiced silence. The city's nighttime landscape spread beneath them like a dark mirror reflecting countless lives. The Townsend estate sat on Gotham's northern perimeter, a sprawling mansion surrounded by carefully manicured grounds and discreet security systems. Batman and Robin positioned themselves on an adjacent property, observing the gathering through specialized optics. The dinner party was small but significant. Richard Townsend holding court for a select group of Gotham's financial elite, including representatives from major banks and investment firms. Catherine Townsend is present, Robin reported, currently in conversation with James Holder of First Gotham Investment. Security seems standard for this type of event, Batman observed. Private team, minimal police presence. He accessed the Bat computer remotely. Oracle, we need real-time monitoring of the Townsend estate. Any unusual activities or communications. Already on it, Barbara Gordon's voice replied. Interesting timing for this gathering. The Townsend Financial Group just announced a major acquisition yesterday, buying controlling interest in Elliott Medical Technologies. The name registered immediately. Elliott, as in Thomas Elliott's family company. The very same. His mother was the majority shareholder until her death. The company's been in trust since then, with various financial firms managing its assets. The Townsend's acquisition effectively ends the Elliott family's connection to the company. This new information shifted the context entirely. So this isn't just about an old scholarship grudge. Tommy's targeting the people he believes are dismantling his family legacy, which makes this even more personal, Robin noted, and potentially more dangerous. As if confirming their concerns, the mansion's lights flickered momentarily. Security personnel could be seen moving with increased urgency around the perimeter. Power fluctuation, Oracle reported, could be nothing, but the Townsend estate has redundant systems that should prevent even momentary outages. Batman was already in motion, Robin following close behind. We move now, something's happening. They approached from opposite sides, Batman taking the north entrance while Robin secured the service access. The security team was professional, but unprepared for the specific threat Hush represented. A surgeon with intimate knowledge of human vulnerabilities, both physical and psychological. Inside, the dinner continued without apparent disruption, though heightened tension was visible in the security personnel's movements. Batman slipped through shadow corridors, monitoring conversations while searching for signs of infiltration. Master Richard, status update. Alfred's voice came through their secured channel. Inside the East Wing, Robin responded quietly. No visible disturbances yet. Security is alert but uncertain what triggered their systems. I've accessed their security logs, Oracle added. The power fluctuation was precisely timed and targeted, only affected specific circuits. Someone with detailed knowledge of the estate's infrastructure. Batman reached the main security office, finding it momentarily unattended, the guards presumably checking the affected systems. The monitors showed normal activity throughout the mansion, but one camera feed caught his attention. A basement corridor where a service door stood slightly ajar. According to the timestamp, it had been opened exactly when the power fluctuated. Robin, basement level, east corridor, possible entry point. On my way. Batman continued his circuit of the upper floors, passing close to the dining room where Catherine Townsend was addressing her father's guests. Through the partially open door, he could hear her discussing the acquisition of Elliott Medical. The company's research division holds particular promise, she was saying. Their regenerative medicine patents alone justified the purchase price. With proper management and funding, breakthroughs are imminent, a guest responded. The Elliott family certainly couldn't provide that. Not after Thomas Elliott's mother's condition required such extensive care. I understand her medical expenses depleted much of their liquid assets. Yes, Catherine agreed, her tone professionally sympathetic. A tragedy on multiple levels, but the company will thrive under proper stewardship now. Batman moved on, noting the conversation for its potential relevance. Tommy's mother had suffered from a long-term illness requiring extensive care that Tommy himself had often provided, a point of pride in his medical career. but also a source of deep resentment. Batman, Robin's voice came through with hushed urgency. Found signs of entry, professional job, security systems bypassed rather than disabled. And there's something else. A mirror mounted on the wall where there shouldn't be one, according to the building plans. Don't approach it, could be rigged. Already keeping my distance. It's positioned to reflect the main waterline access point. Looks like someone's been tampering with the mansion's water supply. Batman immediately connected the dots. The Carson poisoning, it was in her champagne. Hush is using the same method here. But dinner service has already begun, Robin pointed out. If he's introduced something into the water system, Oracle, alert emergency services, possible mass poisoning event at the Townsend estate. Robin, find the main cut-off valve and shut down the water system. I'll evacuate the dining room. Batman moved swiftly toward the main gathering, calculating the most effective approach. A direct entrance would cause panic. A discreet warning to security might be ignored or delayed. He opted for a third option, accessing the mansion's fire suppression system and triggering a localized alarm in an adjacent room. The effect was immediate. Security personnel began a practiced evacuation procedure, interrupting the dinner without causing immediate panic. As guests were escorted toward designated exit points, Batman intercepted Richard Townsend and his daughter in a private corridor. Mr. Townsend, he addressed them directly, causing both to start at his sudden appearance. Your water system has been compromised. Tell your guests not to consume anything further. To their credit, neither wasted time questioning his presence or authority. Richard immediately signaled to his security chief, while Catherine used her phone to contact the kitchen staff. Who would do this? Richard demanded once the immediate actions were taken. Thomas Elliot, Batman replied, better known now as Hush. Catherine's expression shifted to one of recognition. Tommy? But why would he? Is this about the company acquisition? Partially, but his grievances run deeper and further back, including the Carson Medical Scholarship you both were finalists for. That was 30 years ago, Catherine said incredulously, and I barely remember him being a finalist. He certainly never showed any resentment toward me. His resentment was focused elsewhere, Batman noted, not elaborating on Bruce Wayne's role in the situation. Water system is shut down, Robin reported over the comm. Found traces of an organic compound introduced through a bypass valve, sending samples for analysis. The Carson woman, Richard Townsend realized. The news said she collapsed at their gala. Was that the same person? Yes. She's expected to recover fully. Catherine's expression hardened with professional calculation. Tommy Elliot. He was a brilliant surgeon before his issues became apparent. But I never connected him to the masked criminal that's been in the news. His tactics are always precise and personal, Batman explained. He called attention to the scholarship connection with the Carsons. With you, it's both that and the company acquisition. But why now? Catherine pressed. The acquisition has been in negotiation for months. The scholarship is ancient history. The question echoed Robin's earlier one, still without a satisfactory answer. Why had Tommy chosen this moment to resurrect old grievances? What had changed? Your security team should have the situation contained, Batman told them, but I recommend full medical checks for everyone present. The compound appears non-lethal but could have lingering effects. As emergency services arrived and the mansion's guests were evaluated, Batman rejoined Robin at a secure observation point. Analysis shows the compound is similar to what was used on Margaret Carson, Robin reported. A sophisticated derivative of scopolamine, produces disorientation and temporary memory issues, Not immediately dangerous, but certainly dramatic in a public setting. He's not trying to kill them, Batman observed. He's humiliating them, making them vulnerable in front of their peers, just as he feels they did to him, Robin concluded. But there's still the timing question. Why now? Batman's focus shifted as Oracle transmitted a new alert. Disturbance reported at Gotham Cemetery. Security cameras show an intruder at the Wayne family mausoleum. The implication was immediate and disturbing. He's escalating rapidly, moving from indirect connections to direct provocations. This feels like it's building towards something specific, Robin said, as they moved toward their next destination, like he's following a script we can't see yet. Batman's thought exactly. Tommy had always been methodical, his plans unfolding with surgical precision. These attacks weren't random spite, they were calculated steps toward a specific objective. Gotham Cemetery lay shrouded in mist as they arrived, ancient monuments rising like silent sentinels among manicured pathways. Security guards had been subdued, alive but unconscious, their vital signs stable. The Wayne Mausoleum's heavy door stood slightly ajar, a thin beam of light visible from within. Approach with extreme caution, Batman instructed. This is almost certainly a trap. They entered from different angles, using the mausoleum's architecture for cover. Inside, the scene was disturbing in its calculated disrespect. A surgical lamp had been set up, illuminating the memorial plaque for Thomas and Martha Wayne. On the cold stone floor before it lay an antique mirror, its surface intact but its frame modified to hold what appeared to be medical instruments. "He's not here," Robin noted after a careful sweep of the shadows. "Just left this tableau." Batman approached the mirror, analyzing it without touching its surface. The instruments arranged around it were surgical tools, specifically those used in emergency trauma response. A handwritten note lay beside them, the same elegant script as before. Could the great Thomas Wayne have saved himself, his patient, or was he always destined to bleed out in that alley, his skills useless in his final moments? Some mirrors reflect possibilities never realized, others show us truths we refuse to acknowledge. The psychological attack was precisely calibrated, targeting Batman's most vulnerable memories. But something about this display didn't align with Tommy's usual methods. The message seemed hurried, almost improvised compared to his typically meticulous planning. "This doesn't feel right," Batman said aloud. "Tommy's usual approach is more subtle, more personal. This is theatrical, almost like a distraction," Robin suggested. The realization struck simultaneously. "He's drawing us away from something else. Oracle, status update on the Townsend situation. Emergency services have the scene contained, 17 people treated for mild symptoms, all stable, no sign of hush. What about Wayne Manor? Any unusual activity?" A brief pause, then, "Security systems show all clear, but hold on. Alfred's not responding to my check-in call." Batman was already moving. "Robin, secure the cemetery scene. I'm heading to the manor." The journey back seemed interminable, even at maximum speed. Wayne Manor's security systems showed no breaches, but Batman had long ago learned that technology was only as reliable as the human element behind it. And if anyone could bypass his security, it was Tommy Elliot. He entered through a rarely used access point, moving silently through the manor's eastern wing. All appeared normal. Lights set to evening levels, security systems operational, no signs of disturbance. Yet instinct told him something was wrong. "Alfred," he called out, reaching the main foyer. "In here, Master Bruce," came the reply from the study. Alfred's voice, but with an uncharacteristic flatness that immediately triggered alarm. Batman approached cautiously, finding Alfred seated in an armchair, his posture unusually stiff. Standing behind him, one hand resting on the butler's shoulder in a deceptively casual pose that Batman instantly recognized as restraint, was Thomas Elliot. Hush! He had removed his bandaged mask, his surgically altered face now an unsettling approximation of Bruce Wayne's own features. The similarity was both their childhood resemblance enhanced by deliberate surgical modifications. A twisted mirror of what Bruce might have become under different circumstances. "Family reunion," Elliot said smoothly. "The prodigal son returns to find the faithful servant has company. How perfect." Batman assessed the situation with clinical precision. Alfred appeared unharmed but possibly sedated, his reactions slightly delayed. Elliot's posture suggested he wasn't armed conventionally, but Batman knew the surgeon's hands themselves were lethal weapons. "Let him go, Tommy. Your quarrel is with me." "Oh, but Alfred is part of this story too." Elliot's voice carried the cultured tones of their shared upper-class upbringing. "The surrogate father who helped shape you after tragedy struck. The wise counsel behind the entitled prince." "Master Bruce," Alfred said with effort. "He's been waiting for you. Says he has a proposal. A reckoning, more accurately," Elliot corrected. "A chance to finally address the imbalances between us." Batman remained perfectly still, gathering information. "You've gone to elaborate lengths to set this up. The Carsons, the Townsends, the cemetery. All to lead to this moment. Necessary steps. Establishing the pattern of our shared history before the final act." Elliot gestured to the desk where another antique mirror lay, this one unbroken, its reflective surface pristine. "Do you recognize this particular piece?" "You should. It hung in your mother's dressing room." The recognition was immediate and unsettling. The mirror had been part of the manor's furnishings during Bruce's childhood, removed after his parents' deaths when too many memories made certain rooms unbearable. "How did you get that?" "The Wayne estate auction, shortly after your parents died. While you were away finding yourself, certain family heirlooms were sold to settle estate matters. I purchased several items. Keepsakes of our shared childhood." The implication was clear. While Bruce had been training around the world preparing to become Batman, Tommy had been collecting pieces of the Wayne legacy, nursing grievances and planning his eventual. "And now you've brought it back. Why?" "Because it represents our diverging paths, the moment when everything changed." Elliot's hand remained on Alfred's shoulder, but his focus was entirely on Batman. "When your parents died, you received universal sympathy, support, resources. When I orchestrated my father's death and attempted the same with my mother, I was forced to play the devoted son for decades, shackled to a woman I despised, watching my inheritance dwindle on her care." The bitter resentment in his voice was palpable, undiminished by years. "While you gallivanted around the world, I endured. While you played at being a carefree billionaire, I calculated. While you secretly prepared for your crusade, I designed my own." "And yet here we are," Batman replied evenly. "Your elaborate plan leading to this confrontation. What do you hope to achieve, Tommy? Recognition, acknowledgement that we are mirror images of each other, that the differences between us are circumstantial, not fundamental." Elliot's expression shifted to something almost plaintive beneath the calculated control. "We were the same, Bruce. Brilliant children shaped by privilege and tragedy. But you were celebrated for your pain while I was forced to conceal mine." The raw emotion was unexpected. Tommy usually maintained clinical detachment, his surgeon's demeanor intact even in confrontation. This vulnerability suggested something had changed in his psychological state. "Master Bruce," Alfred said carefully, "I believe Dr. Elliot has experienced a significant loss recently." Elliot's grip on Alfred's shoulder tightened momentarily. The faithful servant, always observant. "Yes, my mother finally died last month. After decades of specialized care that depleted the family fortune, perfect timing, really, just as the vultures circled to dismantle my family's company. The timing suddenly made sense. The catalyst for this elaborate scheme wasn't just old grievances, but new losses. The death of his mother simultaneously freeing and untethering him, followed by the Townsend acquisition, erasing his family's business legacy. "Tommy," Batman said, using his childhood name deliberately, "what exactly do you want from this confrontation?" "I've always wanted understanding. Recognition that we are fundamentally the same person, shaped by different circumstances." Elliot released Alfred's shoulder, stepping around to face Batman directly. "You created Batman from your tragedy. I created Hush from mine. Neither of us accepted the hand fate dealt us. We both rebelled against it, shaped our own destinies. We made very different choices in how we responded to trauma," Batman countered. "That's not circumstance, that's character." "Is it? Or is it just the difference between having Alfred here to guide you versus having a manipulative, abusive mother controlling your development?" Elliot gestured expansively. "Nature versus nurture, Bruce. The eternal question." Robin's voice came through Batman's cowl, pitched for his hearing alone. "In position, east entrance secure, awaiting your signal." "You've gone to elaborate lengths to make your point," Batman said, carefully shifting position to draw Elliot's attention away from Alfred. "Poisoned innocent people, desecrated my parents' memorial, invaded my home. Necessary demonstrations. Establishing the pattern so you would understand the conclusion." Elliot reached into his pocket, producing a small device. "I've rigged specific points throughout the manor with targeted explosives. Not enough to destroy the building, but precisely placed to eliminate key emotional touchstones. Your father's study, your mother's music room, the hallway where you last saw them alive. The threat was calculated for maximum psychological impact, targeting not just physical spaces, but the memories they contain. What do you hope to achieve with this, Tommy? More trauma? More motivation for me to continue exactly as I have been? No. A reset. A recognition that both our paths have led nowhere." For the first time, real emotion cracked through Elliot's controlled facade. "I've lost everything pursuing this vendetta. My medical career, my reputation, years of my life, and for what? To prove I'm your equal, your superior? What does that even mean when we're both fundamentally broken people playing dress-up to avoid facing our real issues?" The sudden insight into Elliot's state of mind was jarring. This wasn't the calculated hush of previous encounters, but something more desperate, more human. The death of his mother, the focus of decades of resentment and obligation, had removed his primary motivation, leaving him unmoored. "So what now?" Batman asked carefully. "Destroy parts of the manor as some kind of symbolic gesture?" "No, that was the original plan, but seeing you here in your dual identity," Elliot gestured to Batman's costumed presence in Bruce Wayne's study, "I realize there's a better resolution." He placed the detonator on the desk beside the mirror, an unexpectedly conciliatory gesture. "I'm tired, Bruce. Decades of hatred, of plotting, of surgical alterations to look like you, and for what? My mother is dead. My family company is gone. My medical legacy erased. I've achieved nothing except proving I can make you as miserable as I've been." Master Bruce, Alfred said quietly. I believe Dr. Elliot is experiencing what psychiatrists would term an existential crisis. The butler understands, Elliot confirmed with a hollow laugh. With my mother gone, my primary motivation no longer exists. I've been operating on momentum, playing out plans designed for emotional satisfaction that I no longer feel. Batman maintained his vigilance despite the apparent surrender. Tommy had proven himself a master manipulator many times before. What are you suggesting then? A truce, not friendship. We're long past that possibility, but mutual recognition that our paths have both led to unsatisfying conclusions. Elliot gestured to the mirror. Look at us, the billionaire playing vigilante, the surgeon playing criminal mastermind. Mirror images of wasted potential. For a moment, silence filled the study. Then Robin emerged from the shadows, having entered undetected during their conversation. If you're serious about a truce, start by disarming the explosive. Elliot didn't appear surprised by Robin's presence. They're not actually connected. The detonator is a prop. I couldn't bring myself to destroy the manor. Too many of my own childhood memories are tied to this place. He smiled thinly. Check, if you don't believe me. Already scanning, Robin confirmed, his wrist computer active. No explosive signatures detected in the indicated location. Batman studied his childhood friend, now twisted nemesis. If not destruction, then what? What resolution are you looking for from this encounter? Acknowledgement that we've both failed in our chosen paths, that neither Batman nor Hush has found the closure we sought. Elliot picked up the mirror from the desk, studying his surgically altered features. I made myself look like you because I wanted what you had. The respect, the legacy, the freedom your parents' death gave you, while my mother's ongoing existence trapped me. He set the mirror down carefully. But it was always an illusion. Becoming you physically didn't give me your life any more than wearing a bat costume gave you closure for your parents' murder. The insight was uncomfortably accurate. Batman remained silent, unwilling to validate Elliot's assessment, but unable to refute it entirely. So where does that leave us, Tommy? He finally asked. At a crossroads. I'm leaving Gotham. There's nothing left for me here except this twisted obsession that's consumed half my life. Elliot straightened his posture, the brilliant surgeon momentarily visible beneath the vengeful persona. Consider this my farewell performance. No more attacks on your associates. No more psychological warfare. Just like that? Nothing about this has been just like that, Bruce. It's been 30 years in the making, and now it's finished. My mother is gone, the company is gone, even my hatred feels hollow now. Elliot stepped toward the study door. I came to destroy symbolic parts of your past, but I realize now that would just perpetuate the cycle. Better to simply walk away. Robin moved into blocking position, looking to Batman for guidance. The situation was unprecedented. Hush had always been relentlessly devoted to his vendetta. This apparent surrender demanded careful evaluation. If you're serious about ending this, Batman said slowly, there are conditions. Of course there are. Elliot's smile was tired but genuine. The great Batman never lets anyone simply walk away. Treatment. Real psychiatric help, not Arkham. They're not equipped for your particular issues, but somewhere with the resources to address decades of trauma and obsession. Supervised by your people, I assume? Initially, eventually transitioning to independent monitoring. Elliot considered this, his expression unreadable. And if I refuse? try to simply disappear, then nothing changes. We continue this cycle until one of us breaks permanently. The stark assessment hung in the air between them, two brilliant minds recognizing the inevitable conclusion to their current path. Very well, Elliot finally agreed. Treatment, supervised transition, a chance to reassess what remains of my life. And as arrangements were made, secure transport, psychiatric evaluation, monitored accommodation, Batman found himself studying the antique mirror Elliot had brought, their reflections caught in its surface. Batman in his armored cowl, Thomas Elliot with his surgically altered face, Robin standing guard, Alfred recovering his composure, a tableau of interconnected lives shaped by choices as much as circumstances. Later, after Elliot had been transferred to secure psychiatric care and the manor secured once more, Bruce sat with Alfred and Dick in the study. The mirror remained on the desk, a remnant of the evening's confrontation. "Do you believe him?" Dick asked, "that he's genuinely done with the vendetta?" "I believe he's at a genuine crossroads," Bruce replied carefully. His mother's death removed the central pillar of his resentment. Without her ongoing needs to blame for his restricted life, he's forced to confront his own choices. "Quite the existential crisis," Alfred observed. "To build one's entire identity around hatred of another person, only to discover that achieving your goal brings no satisfaction." "Tommy was brilliant," Bruce said quietly. "He could have been one of the greatest medical minds of our generation. Instead, he devoted that brilliance to an elaborate revenge fantasy that ultimately led nowhere." "A cautionary tale," Dick suggested, "about letting trauma define your entire existence." The parallel to Bruce's own life choices hung unspoken in the air. Batman had been born from trauma too, a response to helplessness and loss that had shaped Bruce's entire adult life. "The difference," Bruce said, as if reading Dick's thoughts, "is purpose. Tommy's motivation was destruction, of his parents, of my happiness, of anything he resented. Mine was protection, ensuring others wouldn't experience what I did, and having people who cared about your well-being," Alfred added pointedly, "who helped guide that trauma response towards something constructive rather than destructive." Bruce nodded, acknowledging the truth in Alfred's assessment. Tommy never had that. His father was abusive, his mother manipulative. No Alfred to provide wisdom and balance. Dick picked up the mirror, studying its antique craftsmanship. "So what now? Do we believe this is really the end of Hush?" "We remain vigilant," Bruce replied, "but we also acknowledge that people can change when their fundamental motivations shift." Tommy's mother defined his existence, both his childhood trauma and his adult responsibilities. With her gone, he has the chance to redefine himself. "Rather like looking into a new mirror," Alfred suggested, "and seeing possibilities rather than just reflections of the past." The antique mirror caught the study's warm light as Dick set it down, its surface reflecting not just their physical forms, but the complex interplay of their shared journey. Past and present, mentor and protege, trauma and healing, all facets of the continuous process of becoming who they chose to be, rather than simply what circumstance had made them. As night deepened around Wayne Manor, the three men continued their quiet conversation, bound together not by shared trauma but by the family they had forged in its aftermath. And somewhere across Gotham, under careful supervision, Thomas Elliot began the long process of facing his own reflection without the distorting lens of decades-old resentment. A different kind of battle than any he had fought before, but perhaps the only one that offered any hope of genuine victory. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams. knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.